at the captain's log and show you more about the flies. Moment there will be a captain's log up here that'll always show you what flies were in. It'll show you our P&L. I'll walk you through it once we get that started. So I'm going to go ahead and buy some wings in Pay's account. Let's take a look at, if we go 50 wide, what we're collecting today. So looking at some 64, 65, 90s. Collecting right at $14.30. I think buying the recycled wings in the one account I do, I think I'm going to go 50-cent wings this morning.
Mark was asking about the appropriate size for a $25,000 account. Okay, you did 2 flies yesterday with 1 contract.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't do more than 1 contract.
Yeah, I wouldn't fly in an account less than 50,000 because you may get caught in a situation where pattern day trading rules and you have one losing day and then you can't trade anymore. Um, if you still want to take that risk, if you have a way to add additional capital, you could fly 1 contract. Yeah, I would never fly 2 contracts in a $50,000 account. I allocate $20,000 of buying power for every contract that I trade.
Okay, but each fly normally takes around what's anywhere from $3,000 to $8,000 per contract, I think normally. So,
Depending on the width of the wings. But
right.
if you add up all the flies we may have on simultaneously, I think a liberal, it's anywhere from 15 to $20,000 allocated to um, buying power to put on a full range of all of our flies.
So you're like, what you say it's like $6,000 per fly, and if you have 5 on, that would you need around 30,000, right?
Yeah, but it is my estimate that $20,000 per contract will give you enough buying power for the full set of wings to do the strategy.
Okay. If you just do tighter wings, okay.
No, I don't. Well, you just tighten them throughout the day around 40 cents. So you start
Right.
at the beginning of the day at 50 wide. Later in the day, you'll go to 40. By the end of the day, you'll go to 20.
Yep. Cool. Thank you, MP, for updating your name. Glad you're here.
Hmm?
right, who is flying today and ready or wait?
I'm flying today. What time
I'm flying too. This is Chris.
Freddie ready. To my French. Duck Bill ready.
I'm ready.
Dollar Bill White.
Gino ready.
Jim ready.
Loading up the 65, 85s. Okay, let's wait for it to break the tie between 85 and 90. Now it's looking like 90. But you have a preference for 85 or 90?
I like 90 personally.
Okay, let's load up the 90s.
90%.
Change your mind, Sandra?
No, not really. I
Okay,
just loaded it up. I haven't loaded it up yet.
All right, 65, 90s. I'm in $14.65 naked. $13.80 with wings. This is not the updated captain's log. It'll take it a minute or two to update. One plus or minus 7 with an add at 10.
So Dale, is the width of the wing up to the individual, or is there a certain recommendation or pattern that's followed?
Is a question, how do you choose the width of your wings?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the day, the width of the wings is always 50 for me. Throughout the day, it will get more narrow. After the beginning of the day, you're looking for a wing approximately at 40 cents. That's the sweet spot. But I never go wider than 50. So, by 12 o'clock, 12:30, width of wings are probably 40 wide. By 1 o'clock, width is probably 30 wide. By 2 o'clock, width goes to 20 wide. Then I'll stay 20 wide till the end of the day on any new ads. But the magic number's 40 cents.
Okay.
But I never go wider than 50.
Okay. but there's still some discretion up to the individual to decide how wide they want to go.
There's discretion, but your discretion is you're looking for closest to 40 cents. And the reason being, if you go to between 40 and 50 and you're only getting 60 cents more premium, it's not worth taking $5 more risk just to collect 60 cents more.
That makes sense. Thank you.
It's kind of a risk reward thing. But if you're going really narrow, like Mark just did 20 wide, you won't be collecting the same premium that we collect. So that changes everything. That'll change your, when you add, when you drop, because you collected less premium. So it kind of, in a way, goes off the reservation a little bit, because my guess is Mark collected $11, maybe $12. So it slightly changes his, when he adds and when he drops, which will require him to kind of follow his own 1175. So it kind of follows his own dynamics rather than with the group. So Mark would be plus or minus 7 with an add at 10, and then he's probably got a 1-point tolerance on either side for a close. So he might need to close quicker than we do because we've got some extra room. So there may be times where Mark has to get out and get back in where we're able to stay in. Sometimes it'll work out for you. Sometimes you'll do better. Sometimes you'll do worse. But it just changes the dynamics a little bit. All of our open and closed dynamics are depending upon how much credit you receive.
So how is the next strike decided? Like what I see right now on the captain's log is 6,600 and 5,580.
It's all based upon how much credit you collected. So if we collected $15, then our next add would be plus or minus 7 with an add it'd be plus or minus 10 with an add at 15. Anything that we collect between $10 and $14.99, it's a plus or minus 7 with an add at 10. If we collected $20 per credit or more, $20 to $24.99, our next add would be plus or minus 15 with an add at 20. So it's a little complicated at first, but you fly with us a few times. Eventually you'll be able to just think for yourself. But it's all based on the credit you collected. You kind of get an idea once you see a cycle or two.
Yeah.
I could give you, say, a few examples. Let me do that. So let's say we collect
So we collected 1380 for this fly, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's why we went plus or minus 7 with an add at 10. Anything below 15,
Okay.
anywhere between $10 and $15 will go plus or minus 7 with an add at 10. So you get the idea here. I'll describe it for you. So let's say we get $20 in credit for our first fly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go plus or minus 15 with an add at 20. What that means is that you take the at the money strike and you'd add 15 and subtract 15, and that's the next add point. If
So
we
those
got,
become your watch strikes, right?
sorry?
Those become your watch strikes on the
Yeah,
fly.
that becomes the point where you add the next one.
Yeah.
So plus or minus 15, and then you would add at a strike that's 20 away from your last one.
C'est gratuit.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, if we collected $18, we'd go plus or minus 10 with an add 15 points away from the last one. If we collected 25, you'd go plus or minus 20 with an add 25. So what we want to do is we want to establish between now and 1 o'clock Central Time, we want to establish a couple of flies. For us, we might have the 65 90s. We might have the 65 80s when it's time to add them. Then we're going to be probably dropping it, right up here. We would drop the 80s, or right down here, we drop the 90s. What we want to do is we want to catch it. We're like fly catchers, right? So here's this fly buzzing around. We stay in it till, boom, it breaks up here, breaks that stop point, drop this one, and then we continue to add. Now we're just in the 90s, and we collected $12. So now we're going to go plus or minus 7 with an add at 10. So at 97, we would add double O's, or at 83, we'd add the 80s back. Once again, then you got 2 on, and here we are, flies flying between us. Try to stay in as long as possible. That's kind of what we'll do, and then once we get to about 12:30-ish, we'll start what we call fill in the middle of the cookie. What do I mean by that? It's an Oreo cookie, so This outside is a chocolate Oreo. This outside is a chocolate Oreo. And in the middle is the cream filling. In this case, if we stayed in these two and it got to around 12:30, we'd look for an opportunity when it gets to 65.8250 or 65.8750, we'd add the 65.85s. We had all three of those, we would say we got a complete cookie. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, it does. And if the market remains calm and just moves sideways, you just stick with these three flies all the way to the end.
Yep, we'll go all the way to the bank.
Yep.
Well, that'll be a good day. Now, a bad day is a market that looks like an EKG machine. Boop, 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 boop,
Yeah.
boop. You know, past a certain range. So if from here to here is $12, you know, back and forth or more, boop, 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 that's a bad day. But if the EKG machine in physics, it would be frequency and amplitude for any of you guys that have studied physics. So
Check.
we want to, you know, those are two things that might hurt us is frequency. But the amplitude of the wave, you know, as long as it's back and forth of $8, that's great for us. Just back and forth of $8 because we collected 12, right?
Yeah.
But if it's back and forth of 12 or more, you know, that's going to hurt us because we're going to get out, we're going to get back in, we're going to get out, we're going to get back in. You know, and a bad day is you end up at the end of the day having 22 flies on and each one of them lost $3. It's a bad day. Might be a 6K loss. Ouch. But, you know, if it keeps bouncing around and just within an 8-point range and, you know, it's a great day. You know, north of $1,500 win.
Yeah. So yesterday was probably a good day.
Yesterday, folks made between 1,000 to 1,400 per contract.
Yeah. So,
Around 1,500. Chris made 1,500. Jim made 1,500. Yep. They closed early. But if you took it to the close, you would have made a little bit over 1,000. Yep, 1,000.
yeah, there was a little bit of a spike in a couple of spikes in the last half hour yesterday, right? That when I was doing MEICs yesterday, and it was going really well till that last half an hour and a couple of calls. It still ended up being a good day, but could have been better without those last half hour spikes. That was helpful. Thanks, Dale.
Welcome.
And it was a great discussion the other day on theta profits. I really enjoyed the whole conversation.
And what conversation was that?
On theta profits with you, Tam.
Oh, okay, yeah, on our interview. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good. I liked the platform, that combination of asking questions and voting things up or down, and it's a nice
Yes.
dialogue.
Yeah.
And John always does a great job.
He's a great host. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a journalist in Norway and is retired, and does some good interviews, and what I like about it is he's organized and succinct, and it's usually pretty to the direct and to the point.
Yeah. That was really where my first encounter with you was on Theater Prophets. I
Okay.
watched that video where he interviewed you, the discussion on the iron plants. That was very nice.
Nice. Yeah, I did a, discussion with John on Poor Man's Covered Calls, as well as my encounter with the CBOE, and then this one. So I think there's been 3 times where I've been on his program.
Yes.
Marijuana. Marijuana.
All right, so for those of you who've not seen the captain's log before, let me kind of walk you through that. Okay, up here, this is the current price of SPX. The next 2 points are always watch these 2 levels. This is our next add point. 65.97 will add the 6600s. At 65.83 we'll add the 65.80s. Now, grayed out up here, you'll see kind of the second step, which is when we would drop. When we would drop the 90s, since that's the only one that we're in, kind of see the price level of when we would drop the 90s. But our next point to focus on is we're currently in an ad. Over here, it shows you the one, this F1 says we've been in one fly today. Here's the strike. Here's the width of the wings. It was sold to open at $13.80. If we were to buy it to close it right now, it would be $12.53. So leaves us a net profit of $1.23. And up here, you can always see what our current P&L is for all the flies that we're flying. And remaining opportunity is 1,072. That's really the intrinsic value if we were closed at 3 o'clock right at this number, kind of what our opportunity is. Throughout the day, I'll be adding other flies. You'll see those added to the list as that comes to fruition.
And then for the newer people, make sure that you have looked at the Google spreadsheet that's been tracking the results since we started tracking in mid 2023, and there you'll get to see how it has performed running it with one contract. So you can take a look at there. Dale has his results there, and I do, and some other members. And
I'll show it here, Sandra, if you want to talk through it.
yeah, so just because again, someone was mentioning here, running it in a $25,000 account, you can see that if you did it and you got you had a bad day, you wouldn't be able to trade the next day with the because your account wouldn't have enough money to do 0 DTE. So that's why Dale says, you probably need at least a minimum around 50,000 to be able to handle, a couple days of drawdown. But anyway, you can see there. So like how it has been by contract. And at the top there, you'll see the full year. Actually 2023, we started it in August. So like there, Dale has like 29,000 per contract for that time in August. And then 2024, that's a full year result because we tracked full year there. And where Dale had 56,000 if you ran it with one contract. And then I had like around 70,000. And then below that is year to date. So Dale right now is running at 47,000, running it with one contract, and I am at 39,000. So that'll give you an idea of how it has been performing and what you're comfortable with. So if these numbers are too big for you as far as drawdowns, then it's probably not the strategy for you, because there are people that start, they have 2-3 days losing, and then they quit because they can't handle it just emotionally, the big numbers. So Anyway, it's just important to have an idea of how the flies have performed.
And this spreadsheet is pinned in the Zoom section of Discord under Zoom members.
Yeah. And we put our results in every day, or I actually have to put my results in for yesterday. I haven't done that yet, so I'm doing that right now. But yeah, so you can have an idea. And if you want to join the spreadsheet, just let us know. We can add you. Like Chris is in there, Freddie's in there, Gino's in there,
Yeah,
Jim's
you
in
want to
there.
probably do it for a while. Don't have yourself added and then just do it and quit or whatever. Better
Yeah,
if you do it
that's a
for a
good
couple
point.
months, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of wait till you're committed to the strategy, I would say, before you start adding your numbers.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think everybody's got to find the right mix of trades that work for them. I call it your playing style, drawing an analogy to poker, kind of like how do you want to play? For me, I like some bullish spreads, poor man's covered calls, poor man's covered puts, some strangles on commodities, some 1-1-2s and ES futures. I like to scalp some ES throughout the day, but flies kind of my A game. Other people's have a different A game. You may be a scalper. You like to scalp a number of things. But you kind of find your own playing style of the things that work for you. And for me, it takes a while before before I add something new. Once something gets added, I tend to hold on. I tend to be committed to that strategy. It takes a lot for me to divorce myself from a strategy once it's come into the fold.
As long as it's profitable, why would you divorce? As long as you're doing well with it, you just continue.
Well, I kind of classify things as my A, B, C, or D game, right? Um, like Iron Condors, I considered it was kind of in my C game. But once I got hit by the CBOE thing, it was enough for me to say, all right, I'm going to focus on flies, not so much in the Iron Condors. Not at all. So currently I'm not trading Iron Condors, and it allows me to allocate more of my capital to flies. So, I mean, but Tammy, that's her main A game is multiple entry Iron Condor.
Yeah, and little by little you try to get better and better at it.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you start experimenting with things, and over time you decide, okay, here's the strategies that I'm doing and which ones of them are my A game. And then you kind of, I think there's a higher level of commitment to your A game. And nothing performs great in every market environment, right? I mean, my poor man's covered calls, if the market tanked 5, 10, 15%, obviously those aren't going to do well. Jim likes to kind of do a little bit more market timing. I think Duckbill does some stuff related to that. They may trim or get out of the market if they think it's overbought. Get
Yeah,
back
my main
in.
thing is stocks. I do a lot of stock
Yeah.
stuff.
And you speculate on some up and comers.
Oh yeah, and I do a lot of option stuff too, but most of my money is stock trading.
Yeah. And then you experiment more than the average person. So you're always running some kind of an experiment. You'll paper trade things for a while, and
Yep.
yeah. So on this, of the people I know, Jim would probably be one of the people that I know that experiments the most.
Yeah, even with the Iron Fly strategy and the Tammy MEIC, I'm always trying new things or running different versions just to see if they, or different I don't know, different strategies or slightly different strategies just to see if they work better or worse. Because I can, with the bots, I can paper trade them and look over time to see if this is actually good or bad.
Paul tends to be more of stock, dividends, covered call guy for the most part.
Yeah, and it depends
And
what stage you are in
he
life too.
he doesn't trade nearly as frequently, um, but he's got a pretty good quality of life. He goes out and rides his bike along Ocean City Boulevard, and he's in retirement, but he's so just different people have different things. A number of us were trading the 112 back in Volmageddon, and some people got hurt by that and decided, oh, I'm never going to trade it again. I just reduced my size. I still do it, just smaller.
Yeah, me too. I do a lot less of it now, at least with the futures. I might do more with stocks, 112s,
hmm
but lately I haven't even been doing that because the premium is kind of dried up.
hmm I do poor man's covered calls is probably A game. Flies is A game. Um, B game, B game. Poor man covered puts sprinkled in. Don't do nearly as many of them. My portfolio is primarily bullish, but I use that to lower my beta weighted deltas a bit so I don't get overly leveraged. If you do a lot of poor man covered calls, it's easy to get uh, overly leveraged. So learn how to look at your beta weighted deltas, learn how to calculate whether or not you're 2, 3x. Currently in Tay's account, I'm around 1.6x, which basically means the market moves up $1, I'll make $1.60. The market moves down $1, I lose $1.60. Um,
You do rolling put diagonals too.
I do rolling put diagonals, and I like to do those in SPY and QQQ.
Yeah, and I,
Um,
I do too, but when the market is bullish like it is now, the poor
mhm.
man's covered calls do better. Um, and I think when the market is in a more of a normal pattern, up, down, whatever, then I think the rolling put diagonals look good.
Mhm. I tend to be kind of a contrarian at heart, where other people tend to be more of a momentum trader at heart. Contrarian, I tend to think when the market's gone up, then it's, getting frothy and might take a turn to go down. Other people kind of like to, are trend followers. I guess I'm more of a short-term trend follower for scalping, but I'm only looking for 2 or 3 points. Whereas SD, follows Mancini, and he's looking for longer, bigger moves, 10 plus points. I think dollar bill, you tend to be more of get some longer runs there on some scalping. So I think over time and being together for a while, you kind of begin to get a sense of other people's trading style and not just your own. And we don't all have to be clones. We don't all have to trade exactly the same way. Sandra and Duck Bill and others have experimented. Bill, Jim with the expected move trade. They did it for a while. Um, Rob too was paper trading that. I don't think are any of you guys trading that for real anymore? The expected move trade. I think Wesley
No, but it,
traded
it
it
won
some.
this week. I posted in your Discord that
Yeah.
but the
I trade it occasionally. I actually traded it this morning, and I got out for a $376 profit. But I don't trade it consistently anymore. Yeah.
it
Bill
won
bet.
four out of five this week, 4 out of 5 days.
Bill Belt is a rolling put diagonal guy. I think it's his A game. He spends a lot more looking at technicals in terms of timing of when he gets in and when he gets out. I tend to be very mechanical and just because I don't think it's my A game, I think it's my C game, so I don't spend much time with it. But I think it's a winning trade. I like the trade, but I just roll like clockwork. Um, when I make a roll, I spend 2-3 seconds making a decision and then kind of don't look back. Other people like to put more thought into it. Kind of depends on, I guess, what your workload is, how many accounts you're trading. You're focused on one count. It's manageable. You could spend more time optimizing that strategy. I think anything that's in your A game, you probably ought to spend more time with it. Optimize it more. Things that are in your C game, it still might be something you do, but maybe you don't spend as much time in analytics on your C game. You just do it. So I think that says a little bit about me, but in my style, but it's important for us to all find our own playing style. But what you hope is that you always want to pick a style that's a winning style. And I prefer to try and run my portfolio as like the casino rather than like the gambler, which means I keep my speculative trades to a minimal amount. That doesn't mean I don't take a shot. It's just I don't take a shot with a significant portion of my capital.
Well, you always want to be able to play tomorrow no matter what happens. The market can do all sorts of crazy things.
Right? You always want to live to fight another day. You want to stay in the game. Keep your eye on the rule of 72. 72 divided by whatever return you can get this year is how many years it would take your money to double. And if you're getting you're able to pull off 20%, man, doubling every 3.5 years, pretty soon you're going to have financial freedom. It doesn't take very long of good performance to be able to get there. The other day I had breakfast with a friend of mine, and he told me his 16 or 17-year-old son had mowed lawns and managed to save $8,000. And I just showed him the math of what $8,000 when you're 16 could potentially turn into if you learned how to invest it and earn 15%, doubling every 5 years. Assuming 60 minus 16, this kid's got 44 years. And if it doubles every 5 years, that would be doubling almost 9 times. Watch what $8,000 turns into. 16,000, 32,000, 64,000, 128,000, 256,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, $4 million. Potentially, if a kid could learn to invest and earn 15% a year for doubling 9 times. So a small amount of money when you're young, Adam, $8,000 could be your ticket never to have to work in a job that you hate or never having to work for an a-hole. Those are very powerful movie tickets, lifetime movie tickets. So impress that upon your kids or grandkids, that idea. So Mark's saying I collected 1175. What's my next ad? And you're also at plus or minus 7 with an ad at 10. The difference will be when you start to close. You'll only have about a 1 point tolerance on either side of your cookie before you're closing. Whereas I might have 3 points on either side of the cookie before I close. Yeah, Adam, live one more year like a college student. Bank half of your income after you get your first good job. And then watch the rule of 72. And I think the first level of financial freedom is never to have to work in a job that you hate. The second level of financial freedom is pretty much to be able to get up every day and do exactly what you want to do that day. I think if you play your cards right, by the time you're in your early 30s, you could never have to work in a job that you hate. Maybe by the time you get in your 40s, you could get into something where you pretty much every day get up and do pretty much what you want to do that day. Not every day, but most days. For me, the only value really of money is freedom.
And that you can tell people what you really think of them.
Sorry, say that again, Gino.
I like
mean-
that, Gino. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like that.
you don't have to pretend to like somebody, so you can just tell people what you really think of them.
Yeah, I think for me, I want to preserve a relationship, but I don't have to be a pleaser. I mean, I don't have to fake it. I don't have to, I can be authentic. And the weird thing is, I think as you have more courage and you can be authentic, I think you're more likely to actually be successful. Because I think deep down, people want to work with other people who are honest and trustworthy and authentic and that stand for something. So for me, telling people what you think doesn't mean that I, badmouth a stranger, but I can offer my honest perspective. I think you don't have to live in fear. I think financial freedom allows you not to have to live in fear. And a quote I always like is, what would you do if you weren't afraid?
I mean, you can go from zero to rich, and yeah, but you're not going to do it by accident. You have to really think about how to get there.
Yeah, have a plan. But if you make sacrifices, I think sacrifices made early get started early.
Exactly. In the early days, you want to underspend, save. Don't burn your money so much on vacations and luxuries and new cars every year and things like that. So,
Yeah, I mean, if you can be a cheapskate for um, a few years and develop that first amount and then learn to invest it
Yeah,
at some point you can loosen up and like Fred and fly first class eventually.
I took what you always say, Dale, told my grandson who just graduated, just started working.
Hmm.
I want you to live this year as one more year as a college student. He's starting this new job. Everybody knows he's making over six figures starting out,
Yeah,
which is unbelievable.
that's
And
great.
I told him I want you to live, and he's doing this. A college student. I said you're not going to buy a new car,
hmm,
which he's driving an old. Right now he's got an older Hyundai Elantra that he's had in college. So you're
right.
not buying a new car. You're going to get a small apartment, which he did,
Hmm.
and you're going to put everything you can that first year and live like a college student for one more year. I said just
Right.
1 year, and then next year you can buy. We'll go together and buy that new Porsche if you want it,
Yeah,
or whatever.
right.
Just put
Yeah.
everything and
I
don't
mean,
touch it.
and
Yeah,
if potentially he could save half of his income his first year,
right.
that will, I mean, that's his ticket. It's just a couple of tickets.
Hmm.
One ticket now, I never have to work again in a job that I hate, and I never have to work for an a-hole, right? I mean,
Yeah.
those two are just so much freedom just in those two tickets.
Yes. I like your analogy. Just live one more year like a college student.
Yeah.
Poor college student.
I mean, 1987, I was making $23,000 a year. It's a lot of money for me because was used to being broke and, I bought a suit at a thrift store and had it tailored and wore that to work. And, I'd eat out at Mazzio's and use a coupon and drink water. That was my big treat.
Yeah, I didn't make 100,000 until 1990, I think.
I never made it when I worked for somebody else.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
now with the value of money, of course, with the inflation and things like that, I don't know what the equivalent is, but yeah, you just try to make what you can, get whatever education you need to move up, get whatever. You may have to switch jobs, may have to get into a different industry, but you want your income to grow, and you want to be conservative with how you spend.
And I enjoyed being a freelancer so I could work projects and have a significant amount of freedom, which also enabled me to build this, to invest on the side and, spend enough time in so I could become proficient at it because I really enjoyed that. But it gave me enough freedom to play poker tournaments and, do other things that I enjoyed.
I always like consulting just to see how different companies operate,
Yeah,
different industries.
it's variety. I mean, it's not for everybody. Um, I think times are tougher now to get to pay for health insurance because it seems to be, especially if you have a family and you're paying health insurance for a whole bunch of kids, and that can get expensive. So it's kind of tougher. It's nice if one of your spouses has a job that provides the health insurance.
Yeah, we did that. My wife was a consultant for a while, and I had a big company job, and then it was reversed. When I was a consultant, she had a regular job for the benefits.
Yeah, that's I think for people starting out being a consultant or a freelancer, that self-employment taxes kind of adds up and since you're paying that yourself as well as health insurances. It's a tough to overcome that, but not impossible.
It also depends where you live, because you guys in the United States, you have much more freedom in that regard. Because here in Europe, we have I would say, almost a socialist system.
Mm-hmm.
So that from the beginning, they take away more than 50% of your money.
I guess under some more socialized systems, you do get some things like health insurance paid, or maybe educational expenses paid, or
Yeah, and
some
a better retirement
some
thing.
benefits that comes with that. So it's kind of, as Dr. Jim would say, for every gimme, there's a gotcha.
Well, I know what Gino means because I went to Europe a lot. But yeah, if you, for example, in France, you lose your job, you still get paid like 90% of your salary for like 2 years, and it's just very different here. You barely get a month's pay or something.
Yeah. Safety net might be different.
Yeah, that's true. The problem is the pension system. It's not sustainable because our demographics really looking bad. So we have a lot of people getting older, not enough kids. So at the moment, I think one working person is paying for 0.5 retired persons.
Right.
And in about 20 years' time, we will have the opposite. So we will have 2 persons in retirement and just 1 person working.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have a capital-based pension system here. So the people paying now to the state, to the public pension system, that money is taken to pay the actual retired people. So the money is not invested anywhere. They just take it and pay it out immediately.
Yeah.
And I mean, and what they do is every country they can print money, but still that just devalues the currency and causes inflation. And so it's tough. I mean, we have a lot of the same problems in the U.S. with most of the government pension things are underfunded, and it's but there's more. Most people are on some kind of private pension or no pension, and they have to save their own money.
Gino Adam had a question in the chat. He asked, what's the best country to live in Europe, in your opinion?
Well, it depends. As Jim said, if you are jobless, then the best would be France, I think, or Germany.
Yeah, there's more jobs, but as far as the lifestyle, I think Italy is nice, Spain is nice. I mean, Croatia is really nice. Um, it depends it's not where you want so much as where you can go and where you can make enough of a living to. I mean, if you're a doctor, you can go anywhere. I know, like my wife's nephew or whatever is a doctor, so he's in Belgium right now. So you can pretty much go anywhere. But a lot of people are just, because of their skill set, their job skills are more limited.
Yeah, for a job, I would not recommend Italy. So because the salaries are really low over here. So Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Belgium, Netherlands. These are the countries where you work for a salary. And also,
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
or
starting a
or become a
business.
or become a trader and go anywhere, like all of us.
Yeah, yeah, right. I mean, the good thing in Europe is at least the European Union, you know, you have free market, and actually it's pretty easy if you're a businessman to open a company in another country, and then you can benefit from different tax treatments and rules, you know, you can optimize around that. That's a really big advantage.
I mean, listening to this, I feel like uh, in India, you don't get anything. They still take away 40-50% of what you earn, and they make it so hard for you to do business that you're drowned in just compliances. So I'm just realizing how fortunate all you guys are.
Oh yeah, my wife has business in India. She has employees too in India, and
Yeah.
just the paperwork and the
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know, they just make the too many rules and paperwork and for everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's a nightmare for any business guy to do business here. They would say this compliance, that compliance, this paperwork, that paperwork. Oh my God, it's horrible.
Where are you located in India, Giridhar?
I'm in Bangalore.
Bangalore.
Yeah.
I think any country you live in, there's going to be a big list of things you're going to complain about too. You know, like they all have good and bad points.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, one thing that I really appreciate here is the medical system. I think it's extremely affordable, and then doctors are available at any given moment. I can buy drugs by just going to a pharmacy and saying that I need this, and they would give it to me. So one thing that I appreciate here a lot is the entire medical system. So yeah, as you said, every country has its own pros and cons.
Yeah, some things are, every country I've been, some things are much better, some things are worse, you know, than
Yeah, yeah,
your own country.
that's true. That's true.
Hey, Gary, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it sounded to me like you were saying you like to have less freedom here in the States to purchase the drugs you want.
I mean, from what I know, I've never had a personal experience buying drugs in the US. But then again, I think for any thing that you would want to buy, you still need to go to a doctor, get a prescription, and then only eligible for you to buy drugs. But here, it's much accessible, easier. It's just easy. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah. Here we're constrained quite a bit. As a matter of fact, when we would go visit family in Yuma, one of the things we would go to Mexico to exercise more freedom is amoxicillin. And we would bring it back up
Yeah.
here to California, and then our friends would be like, oh, I'm sick and I don't want to go to the doctor. Anybody got any antibiotics? Yeah, we got some amoxicillin that we got when we went to a free country like Mexico before we came back to America.
Yeah, so something like an amoxicillin, paracetamol. I can just go walk up to a drugstore and say that, hey, I have a little bit of fever, a little bit of cough, and can you give me something? And they would give you just generic medicines so that you can just be cured. So yeah.
Do you actually have to make an excuse, or can you just walk in and purchase it because you're an adult?
Oh, I mean, not necessarily. Again, one good thing is they wouldn't give any drug to anybody, right? It is still regulated. And then any general drugs, like the way we're talking about amoxicillin or paracetamol or a cough syrup, all of those are, again, they're not age restricted as well. I mean, a 10 or 12-year-old can go and say that, hey, I need this, and then they would give it to you.
Yeah. When we were in Mexico, they didn't question us at all. The pharmacy was just there as a store.
Well, absolutely. It's just like a grocery store.
Yeah.
Like,
A bottle of
tell me
hard
what you
push,
need.
buy us some medicine.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there's good and bad with that. Like, people will self-medicate, use antibiotics when overuse, when they really shouldn't be. Drugs that should
Yeah.
really be administered under supervision, you could just go buy and use them. So I don't know if that's
Yeah,
such
I
a
mean,
thing.
yeah, that's true. I mean, a couple of people also abuse it, where they would never go to a doctor, even though no matter what happens, they would try to buy everything off the counter and then try to self-medicate, which is also wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's a
The
good
problem with that is if you don't use the antibiotics properly, you
Yeah.
create antibiotic-resistant bacteria.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why some medications can be bought only with a prescription, because there are some downsides to using them without supervision or overusing them. Like just Gina said, you could develop antibiotic resistance if you just overuse them, and that's fine.
Then you get methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus or
Yeah,
flesh-eating bacteria that doesn't respond to any drug, or it's just all things that I guess a system tries to balance.
right.
My brother, before he passed, was an expert on MRSA. He would train medical doctors on it. He was a microbiologist.
That's interesting.
Hey, Sandra, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So I want to make sure everybody's here for this good story, right? So Dale mentioned this thing, right? And so Heather comes home the other day. She goes, man, I had to process one just locally. Now, y'all know she works at a funeral home and she deals with death certificates. And one of the dudes, and one of the laws in California is that whenever there's a death, the doctor has to put on there if there was a surgery within the last recent time prior to the death. So she goes, yeah, it said there was a surgery. There was a cut on his finger and it wouldn't get fixed. So they cut off his finger. Then it said a couple days later it didn't get better, so they cut off his hand at the wrist. A couple days later at the elbow. A couple days later at the shoulder. A couple days later, dead. So let's talk about that flesh-eating virus, huh? We got it up in California, Northern California.
Yeah. Wow.
She's like, what would have happened if they'd just taken it off at the elbow with the first time? Would it still be here?
Maybe he was bitten by a zombie.
I know.
I'm actually paper trading on TOS today. I finally got access to one of the accounts through a friend. It is still under activation, and then I'm doing paper trades today.
With stochastics crossover, I'm in a long scalp. When when I was doing corporate training a few weeks ago, somebody tells me a story about this guy who oversold himself in the job interview, and he is in the restroom watching YouTube videos trying to figure out how to do what he said he was able to do in the job interview. I can't imagine.
Happens all the time, Dave, in technology.
Really?
Yeah.
This guy was in some kind of a manufacturing role, so he was supposed to be able to do some kind of process that he didn't know how to do. At 83, we're going to add the 80s.
Yeah, the SPX has been going sideways pretty much all day. I'm in the same fly as you, but that's it. Also, our next fly is going to be like $12, you know.
Yeah.
Adele, I had a question on the flies. Before you, in a way, finalize flies, have you tried iron condors as well before you said that, hey, this is the method that I would stick to? And
Yeah.
were there any advantages in flies versus condors?
Any advantages? Well, with condors, you could have I guess, a greater range
Mm.
because they're out of the money. Yeah, I used to do them. Sandra still does them. I think Jim still does them. Some aspects of multiple entry iron condors.
Mm.
Yeah, I did it for several years. I think it was my C game. And when the CBOE busted a trade for me and I lost 6 figures, I just took that opportunity to pull the plug on it.
Mm.
Not because I could have just tweaked the strategy to eliminate that risk, even though it's a very small risk. What happened to me with the CBOE, it is a risk, even though it's very
Yeah.
small. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, the equivalent, I'd say, of getting struck by lightning, but
Mm.
you still don't want to be out on a golf course when it's raining and in a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And
But the flies also have the same risk, right? I mean, if you're saying condos have the risk, but flies also have the same risk, don't you think?
not necessarily, because the way I was trading it was I was moving in and out of just the shorts.
Yeah, yeah. That's more or less the
And
way I do it. So,
but I was also taking off the longs if I no longer needed them.
mm.
And that's where the risk lies, because if they bust a trade and now you've taken off the long, because you think you don't have it any longer, you don't need it, and then you find out after the market closed that they busted a trade unbeknownst to you, and now you thought you had a defined risk. Now, if you never take off the longs, if you just leave the longs on, then you're never at undefined risk. And so theoretically, if your account could take that, you hit a max loss, but it's not a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's certain things to do to prevent yourself from ever having a catastrophic failure. And I just, because the odds were so low, I didn't consider that as even being a risk. So I was out on the golf course playing golf going, hey, this is great. Nobody's here.
Yeah.
I got the course to myself. I don't mind the rain.
Right.
And
But
lurking
I
out
was
there,
also,
was a cloud.
yeah, yeah. Also, I was curious to know, since you said, hey, that particular incident happened to you, do we know how many traders go through this on a periodic basis? Is there any statistic of what happened?
We don't know. I'm sure the Chicago Board of Exchange, somebody in risk management, knows. They don't publicize this information. Probably because somebody could use that information in a way to shed light on something that's unfair.
Yeah, yeah.
And that would not serve them well. There's a few pieces of information that I would love to have. One, I'd love to know how many trades get busted a year. I'd love to know how much money that adds up to. I'd like to know what percentage of those trades that get busted are retail traders. And I'd like to know who, if anyone, benefits from that.
Yeah.
And if there's smoke, I'd then like an acquaintance with the Wall Street Journal to help find the fire.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not.
Isn't there a process where you can probably, since it's a public body, CBOE, isn't there a process where you can get this information, where there's a RTI or right to information?
It's called a subpoena.
Yeah.
But a judge has to sign the subpoena. And then there may be significant legal costs in order to get that. And then if you get it, what happens is the CBOE will dump data on you, not in any usable format.
Yeah.
And actually it's their job to make your job difficult. So imagine the equivalent of somebody dumping truckloads of data in your front yard. and
Yeah.
no way to manage it. So now you got to have basically the competence to be able to filter through all that.
It's
and
almost going to
mix.
be time to get into the 80s.
Yep. All right. At 83, we're going to get into the 80s. So, it's an uphill battle, and it's not easy.
Sure.
So for most people, the cost of all that doesn't justify it. And attorneys don't tend to want to work on retainer because a percentage of that doesn't end up paying a lot of their legal fees, especially high-priced attorneys that charge you $1,000 plus an hour.
Wow.
Unless you find, a brother-in-law or somebody else that's a friend or family that will help do it. And then you're not guaranteed any payout.
Yeah.
So it's,
And
bottom line, it's an uphill battle
yeah.
because they feel pretty protected.
I mean, the reason why I'm asking is I've had this experience once in my life, just like the way you had this bursting of trade. I had one experience, this was almost like a year and a half ago, where the sold premium I was sitting at, let's say 40 rupees, and probably in 3 to 5 seconds, that jumped to 400 without any reason. Happened to the entire market, not just me. And a lot of traders lost a lot of money that day. I ended up losing close to 10% of my account. And I had the same thought process where I said, hey, what if this happens 10 times and I'm out? I am washed off. Luckily, there was a risk-defined trade, and still I lost, let's say, 10%. And I had the buy wings as well, right? So yeah, that's happened to me once as well. And I was extremely scared for the next couple of months, saying that, what if it happens again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary situation to be in.
Yep. With Reese's help, I found a guy on LinkedIn that probably was in a job where he probably knows that information. I do think it's a low probability that very low probability that if I just ask him that I would get that information. I imagine he's subject to non-disclosure agreements with the company that he works for. And if you can't get it from an internal employee, now the question is, could you get it from an ex-employee, kind of old information, or maybe a disgruntled employee that left?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty scary also that something like this happens and then you've never heard of anything like this, and then it just happens out of the blue.
Yeah, you're just like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a video where I used an analogy. It's kind of like, imagine that you have insurance and you go to the doctor and you're covered with insurance. So you go into surgery, anesthesia. You wake up and they hand you a check for 6 figures for the surgery. And you go, what? I have insurance. And they go, no, we canceled your insurance while you were under anesthesia. What? How can they do that? Oh, it's within their documents. Yeah, they determined that the price you paid for your premium, it wasn't fair. So they canceled your insurance. Well, who
Yeah.
who made that decision? The hospital did. Well, who wrote those rules? The hospital.
Yeah.
Like, how does that even work? How's that legal?
Yeah. 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 I know. I've been there, but your situation is a little peculiar because it's happened only to you. But at least in my side, I had a lot of traders who were just whining and crying at what happened. I'm like, oh, it's not just me; it happened to everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, if it happened to enough people and it's similar enough, I guess you could pool resources and have some kind of a class action, an
I
attorney
mean,
defend a
yeah.
group of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my dilemma was, most attorney groups were like, yeah, I understand that's a large amount for you, but
Yeah.
for
Not enough for me to
for our firm, we don't deal with anything that's less than,
a
whatever.
couple of $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that.
All right,
So
look, 6580s. Get ready to pull the trigger.
In 6583, we'll add the 6580s.
Got the 6580s on deck, currently marking 13.15 for the shorts. Pulling the trigger, getting in the 6580s.
I'm in $13.05 naked, $12.50, 50 wide wings.
I'm in. I got 12.95 just for the shorts.
Hi, Dale. This is MP.
Hey, MP.
First of all, thank you so much for, for the membership to this room. I'm learning a lot. This is my second day.
Okay.
Yeah. I have one question, Dale. Do you always go for these iron flies? Do you always go for at the money, or do you ever go with little bias? Like market has been just running for last 6, 7 days. Would you ever open like a iron fly for say with the anchor point 6550, little bit with the beer kind of beerish skew?
I don't. That's a different trade. I don't vary the trade. I always go at the money. Now, there are people who trade iron condors, multiple entry iron condors, or different versions of iron condors. I did it for several years. I don't currently do it. Sandra trades iron condors occasionally. So does Jim, some version of multiple entry iron condors.
Gotcha. But not the iron flies.
Not the iron flies. The whole definition of an iron fly is selling at the money.
Okay.
Although we do skew it after the first one, we get in at the money, but then the second one, if there's enough premium, we'll skew it maybe 5 points or something, to.
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, when it got down to 83, we added the 80. So, yeah, technically that would be a very tight iron condor.
Yep. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bill Belt has been trying starting a rolling put diagonal in USO, which I think is interesting. I might actually try that. See how it goes. So I would consider it an experiment, something that I've not done before, but I may give it a shot, may try it.
Also, Dale, in toss, the buying power, I was thinking that it is going to take in either the put side or the call side, but when I'm trying it here, it is actually taking a combination of the put side plus the call side. So is that true for your accounts as well?
Yeah, buying power is total credit collected minus the width of your widest wing, and that's the max loss. And usually the broker assigns that as your buying power.
Right, but that max loss, is it calculated on both sides? Because
Yes,
it is.
yes, both sides.
Okay.
So for example, 50 minus $13.80, which would be $36.20. So that would be $3,630 for one contract. And
Right.
so roughly a broker's going to hold $3,630 for this one fly and $3,750 for the second fly. So if you add them together, it's roughly $7,300 for these two flies.
Yeah, that is what my question was, because when I'm trying it here, it is twice of that.
Well, you're looking at the buying power effect on the position tab.
Yeah, and
it says 10,000, but that's not what you're going to look at. I'm sorry, Joe.
You might also be looking at the buying power after the credit collected has come into your account.
Correct.
So you got to subtract that out because, $2,500 is just fallen into your account in cash. So the buying power that it shows that it's taking, the reason it seems like it's twice that is it's not taking into account that you've already received $2,500. It's just dumped into your account.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just that.
oh, I'm sorry. If you look at the buying power on the position tab, it's going to say for $10,000. But if you go on your account info where it says option buying power, you'll see that's a different, that's not taking the whole 10,000 off of your option buying power.
Yeah, this is where I'm getting confused as to how does this work.
Yeah.
So
Don't
I'm-
look at the option buy. And then if when you place a trade, when you go to confirm and send, it'll show you how much buying power it's taken out, and then it'll also show you what your buying power will be after that trade when you click confirm and send.
right.
Just click
So this is
confirm
a-
and get it.
So this
That's
is
on
also,
TOS. You're talking about TOS, right?
yes,
I
pass.
think
And
it's
then
read
also,
right.
and also when I look at the margin required, which means that my understanding is you need to have this kind of money to put in this particular position. That is the money that is required for me to get into this particular position. Is that correct? Because that is where I see the buying power effect of sorts. Let me just probably put in a screenshot here so that everybody can see.
I estimate to be on the safe side, you need about $20,000 of buying power in order to trade one contract.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
And that will give you plenty of room so you won't run into constraints. You start cutting it closer than that, you're going to have to plan around it, like tighter spreads. Now it's a different strategy.
Yeah. So you're saying $20,000 per fly. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying a total of $20,000 to trade one contract in this strategy for a day. And that takes into
You could
account
have four
that takes
flies
into
on it.
account all of them. So by the end of the day, it looks like today the most flies we'll have on are most likely 3 to 4 flies. So that will give you a budget for all of the flies on that would be in today's possibilities. I'm not saying per fly. I'm talking about to trade the strategy for one contract for a full day. You need $20,000 of buying power.
Okay.
So at the beginning of the day, if I look at an account and I have $100,000 in buying power, I could afford to trade 5 contracts. If I've got $60,000 in buying power, I could afford to trade 3. If I have a losing day and it goes down and the next day I only have $50,000 of buying power, I'll trade 2 contracts. If I have a winning day and then that goes back up to 60, I'll trade 3 contracts. Now I've got a lot of other things going on besides just flies, so that's not my entire account. It's just the disposable income and buying power.
Yeah.
So Dale, what percentage of the entire account is this disposable amount or recognized?
Approximately for me, it's 10 to 25% of the entire account's buying power is allocated to flies, but it produces about 50 to 70% of my annualized returns. So here's my analogy. It's like a kayak on a large yacht. So you trade flies small in a larger account. And the reason being is if you're trading flies and that's all you're doing, and you got a kayak on the ocean, you're feeling every wave and you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. Because you're in a kayak. So you want to have a small boat on top of a larger fund. That's ideal. You know, if you're starting out and you don't have any other options, you know, personally, I would not trade flies in any account. I would need it to be $50,000. Now, on the other hand, having said that, if you want to take a shot in a $25,000 account and you understand the risks that you may not be able to trade it any longer if you have one loss because you have to have 25,000 just to do pattern day trading.
Yep.
And I think these laws may just be US based, but I'm not sure. But in the United States, they won't let you move in and out of a trade in one day, open a trade and close it. I think you have 3 of those that you can do in any 5-day floating period. After that, your account gets locked. Which means you can only close trades. You can't even open new trades.
Yep.
So you need an account size that could take some hits and not have to stop trading it. And for that reason, I think a $50,000 account, I would say, has a 95% chance of never dropping below the pattern day trading.
Okay.
95% is not impossible. It's not impossible that you just couldn't have, really bad run and get really unlucky and lose half the account. It's possible. It's probably a 5% chance that could happen.
Yeah, but if you don't know what you're doing with the flies, it's probably more like 15%.
Yeah. If you're like a newbie,
if you make a lot of mistakes and whatever,
or if you're not
yeah.
following the process, if you get high on hopium, I think it's going to come back because I'm trusting this indicator and it's telling me that things are going to change, or you're going off the reservation. I think that would be lumped into a category of either not knowing what you're doing or not caring.
Or gambling.
I guess as long as you know you're gambling and you know the consequences and you've stepped up to the plate, okay, it's your money.
Yeah. I think I figured out what was I doing wrong. Since I was sitting on Condor, the collected premium wasn't that much, and I was sitting at a 50 wide wing. I think that is the reason why the margin requirements were that high. The moment I do a fly, apparently the margin requirements dropped a lot. So
well, it's because you're collecting a lot more money. You might be doing a fly, you're collecting $2 to $5, depending upon how wide your short strikes are. But now all of a sudden, when you're collecting $13, you're buying power. You're collecting a lot more premium.
Significantly, yeah. Oh, now I understand what is the advantage of doing a fly versus a condor. Makes sense. Yeah.
You need a lot less buying power.
And also the probability of you making money also significantly goes up higher because you're collecting a lot more premium. Unless the market doesn't go Willy Wonka, it's okay. So,
well, it's just a different trade. Tammy's, she sets a stop loss of 2 or 3x credit collected. She's playing a mathematical numbers. She may set it so even if she gets stopped out on one side, she'll break even if she makes money on the other side because her stop losses are so tight. It's just a different trade. It's not like one's right and one's wrong. Tammy's got a great trade, multiple entry iron condor that has very low drawdowns. It's a conservative strategy. She does pay a significant amount in fees and commissions because she's moving in and out of those all the time. So, you will pay a significant amount of fees and commissions in any of these strategies, but especially if you're moving in and out of a lot of multiple entry iron condors and you're doing several contracts, that adds up. I mean, it could easily be 10 to 20% of your profits go into fees and commissions.
Yeah, yeah. I think that sounds more or less like what I do here because that's exactly what I do in expiry day or zero DT here locally. I get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out, and I try to keep my drawdowns as low as possible. So yeah, that sounds more or less like me. But I think I have to find my sweet spot as to should I continue to do what I've been doing for a couple of years now, or should I, explore the flies and see how that works? Because apparently here, the amount of money that you need to do a condor versus a fly is very, very different. Whereas where I trade locally, it does not seem to make a lot of difference. It is more or less the same because the margin requirements are at least 8 or 10x. So you don't feel that difference at all. So yeah, I'll have to figure it out as to what works.
Well, you are really finding your own playing style, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of like what I'm comfortable with, what fits my my risk profile, what I feel comfortable with, what works for me. And you're dialing in all these factors, the country you're trading in, the broker, how they do things, the amount of time I have to sit in front of a computer, other things that I've got going on in my life. All of those just kind of impact your playing style.
True. And every single person that I meet, I can vouch and say that no two traders trade exactly the same way. I mean, everybody would have their own style, and
right.
You can take inspiration from them, but the market is an open canvas. You can have your own brush strokes, your own style, your own way of doing things.
So when people come and say, well, hey, Dale, why don't you trade it this other way? I go, okay, yeah, you try that, make that into your playing style. But I'm really and I'm not advocating this for everyone. In fact, it's not for everyone. It might not even be for most people. But I'm just trying, this is what I do. This is how I do it. This is how I approach it. But it's always best if you don't just be a copycat. Take things in and make it your own. Find your own playing style. Find things that work for you, and then keep doing it as long as it works.
Yeah.
But for me, I kind of I think things fall into A game. For me, A game means the things that I've found work the best for me. And those are the things that I'm going to pay more attention to. I'll more closely scrutinize them. I will have more metrics built around it, measurements. C game, it's still a moneymaker. It may not be totally optimized. It may not be perfect, but I don't spend that much time with it.
True.
And like for me, rolling put diagonals, probably C game. I mean, I spend less than 2 or 3 seconds, but every day I do it, but I'm just rolling those things to add the money. It's very mechanical. I consider it. It'll probably make 100% return on buying power annualized. That's what I expect it, but it only may take me about $3,000 in buying power around. So it's a very small fraction of what I'm doing.
All those billions that you're playing with, yeah.
Exactly. All those billions. That's you, Jim. Stop projecting.
I keep forgetting, yeah.
I'm just still trying to figure out how to get my neighbors to pay for my cruise.
You got to make the right friends, I guess.
I know, that needs to be your Discord. How to get your friends to pay for shit.
Yeah.
No, but we hang out long enough, we get to know each other.
Yeah.
Some of us, talk to each other more than we talk to our own families because we see, we're hanging out all day.
Yeah, I think it just goes by work as well, right? You try to spend a lot of time with the people that you work with. So, yeah.
Well, sometime around this time, and I'm sure it's with Jim's encouragement, we will fill in the middle of this cookie. And if that was the case, it'd be somewhere around 87.50. So let me throw out the question. Who thinks we're ready to fill in this middle of the cookie?
Freddie's ready. Yeah, Freddie's ready.
I think it's a good thing. I mean, we're just in two flies, and it's and the premium is leaving us. So yeah.
Yep, I'm ready.
Find a set of wings here, and I'll be ready.
All right, loading up 65.85, pulling the trigger at 87.50.
I'll wait for you then before I pull the trigger. Because you're lucky.
All right, let's load up the 85s.
Yeah, okay.
I'm in. I got 10.85 for the shorts.
I got 1080 naked.
I'm in 995 with the wings.
I'm in $10.40 wings. Or is that still 50 wide?
Yeah, I don't care about wide. I just buy my problem is I try to buy and not use the same options is why mine is different. So I paid 22 cents for the long call and 67 cents for the long put. But I'm glad we got in. I mean, there's still 4 hours to go, and we're getting to less than $10.
Right.
Hey, just a quick question for the group and for Dale. Dale, one time I mistakenly picked one of those AM expiration. I had an iron. I think I was holding an overnight iron butterfly months ago. I'd accidentally picked Friday expiration. I was doing a +1 DT, and I guess those that expire on the Fridays, first thing AM or shortly after the market opens are based on the true underlying, S&P 500 stocks. Is that the case with the SPX? Because nobody's been ever really able to answer that question. Even Schwab, like the SPX is it just market makers, or is it actually based on the true composite of all the underlying stocks? I know it's a pain in the neck question, but just curious.
Are you asking that when the market is closed, how do they determine the SPX pricing when the underlying stock is not trading? Is that the question?
Yes, also, but even like at any given moment, like right now, it's what 65, 88, 27, at least what it shows on Thinkorswim. Is that based on the true index, the true underlyings at any given moment, even while we're trading? I know it seems like a naive question, but or is it just strictly market makers, kind of like the CME group, kind of playing their games, or?
So I guess the question would be, is it a one-for-one correlation with all of the different underlyings? And I would say, for all practical purposes, that would be a yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Or are you asking about, I'm sorry, is he asking about like next Friday the 19th or AMs? There's the AM and then there's the regulars that close at the PM on the 19th. Is that you're talking about the AM
Right.
contract?
What I'm talking about? Well, I got stuck in the AMs once, and I guess they close like technically 10 minutes after the beginning. I got stuck in that once, and I got burned. Lost a couple of bucks. But I guess my question separately, really apart from that, have made that one mistake, is the SPX at any given moment, like right now, is it really, even back in the 1920s and 30s versus now, is it truly based on the underlying prices? Like some are weighted more than others, like Nvidia or other bigger stocks might be weighted heavier in the S&P 500. So are they tracking all? I mean, they must be, obviously they're tracking them all in real time, but is that what the SPX is based on at any given moment? Say while we're trading the flies, or like I also do, vertical credit spreads and put and call credit spreads also based on price action.
It is based upon what the underlyings are trading at, I believe. I think if it was not, there would be arbitrage opportunities.
Okay, I see.
So for all practical purposes, yeah, it does track the underlyings. Now, the exception to that, it would be ES futures, because there are times where that trades in the overnight where the underlying is not trading. It's closed.
Right.
So during those times when it's trading after hours, it's just based upon a supply and demand of the underlying that's trading in international markets, etc.
Well, I think they can stab at this. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to take Henry out, and I'll turn Rob and Sandra, and then I'd be interested to hear kind of what you guys come up with.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it.
So, first of all, Jerry, you do know that the SPX is not traded, correct?
Yes, correct. Right. We're just trading the options, correct.
Understood. But you also know that the SPX itself is not traded and cannot be traded. It is a number.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Because some people think, but I buy and sell portions of SPY and I hold that in my brokerage account. So therefore the SPX and the SPY are the same thing. So therefore I can buy and sell SPX. So as long as you're not thinking that, that's a good step forward.
Right. And I know it seems like an incredibly naive question, but right. When you own the SPY, you actually own a tiny sliver of every single share theoretically in the S&P 500, right?
I disagree with your characterization. I think that a lot of times as we spend more time staring at these screens, we realize, wait a minute, I need the final bit of details on this one topic. And that's not naive. It's just, you're not trusting anymore, which is really awesome, right? Because now you're like, no, tell me really what's going on here. So it has to be math. And so there cannot be anybody playing with it. That much we know, just because it's just math. Now, There is a PDF that talks about how they do it. It is not very long as these things go. It is only 83 pages. Now, it's going to do, it's going to discuss how they do this math and how they make sure that things don't cause problems. What sort of things would cause problems? Well, first of all, it's float adjusted. And it's everybody just says, oh, it's market cap weighted. Yeah, but what happens when somebody jacks with their float by doing buybacks or doing splits? That's a game changer, right? So they have to do a float adjusting. And they do that, right? They got lots of really smart people that are doing the float adjusting.
Right.
Market cap weighting. So that's number one. Number two, your question was, I don't intend to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to recharacterize it. And it was, how did I get screwed with the morning ones? Because it didn't seem right. Well, it doesn't seem right. And it does seem weird, and it does seem shady. And the thing to research there is the SET, the set. And this is a value that is created at the open by whoever runs the S&P 500. It's probably this S&P Global company who published this white paper. And what they have to do is wait for everything to get a tick before they can do it. So if you're in something, and if one of those things maybe had news overnight, or maybe had a big news, or maybe you did a lot of work prior to the open, the people that are trading it may back off right at the open. And so something, not AMD of course, but something that's on the S&P 500 might just not take a tick. There'll be no trades for 10 or 15 or 30 seconds. And it's like, wait a minute, why didn't the SET come out right away? Why didn't my options get a good price or get a known number? Well, and I'm talking about those AM ones specifically, and that's because of that. So,
Right, understood. I think that's maybe why I think they give it technically till 9:30. Just the way it's been explained to me over the years by Merrill and by Thinkorswim, or rather by Schwab. It's let me just silence my computer here. Right, because they have to give it so many minutes theoretically for everything, or hopefully for everything to have a tick, right? To have a trade, right?
yes. So the research on that is for the SET. And
Okay, thanks.
yeah, they have to do the math, and so they have to see all the trades on the they got to get the first trade for everything on their primary exchange, and then they got to do the game, right? So they got to do the S&P 500 index. It doesn't take long. It could take late. It might take longer, but yeah. So read about the SET, but the nice thing about the afternoon settled is there's nobody not trading there. Everybody traded 1 second before the bell. Or
Right. I agree.
Before that, or 1 second before that. So even if they were on a halt, we still have their final tick of the day. And who on the S&P 500 is going to go into a halt anyway? So we're only dealing with adults around here.
Right. I agree. No, thanks for explaining it. I only made that mistake once, and I said never again because even though where it was at the open, where say the actual S&P was or SP was as what was at the beginning, it varied greatly, by several points from whatever that settlement is. And the way Merrill and I think Schwab both explained it, it really settles at like 10 or 10:15 a.m., not at 9:35. Like they use times up until a certain time. They give themselves, I think, 10, 15 minutes. But then it doesn't settle, quote unquote. It's like 10, 10:15, 10:30. So I said, well, I'll never trade that one again, and I'll make sure I make the distinction because you're right. It is a separate symbol, and I think technically they call it the weekly. So, but a simple mistake on my part, it's because Merrill is so terrible. You put in SPX and you don't realize you have to put in a period after it and something else that doesn't necessarily agree with every other broker as far as how they characterize it or what symbol they give it.
Yes. And there is a symbol for the SET.
Yes. I think it's like, don't quote me, but I think it's like SPX.W or something odd.
Well, it depends. on CNBC, it's .set::index. The CBOE has the settlement values for a lot of things. I mean, a lot, like 30.
Right.
So yeah, and it's on Yahoo Finance. It's .SET, like they do their indexes. So that'd be Shift 6 SET is their symbol.
Right.
Everybody's got a different symbol, but if the DuckDuckGo search I used there was SPX SET price. Fidelity uses .SET, it looks like. Yep. I do like to go to the CBOE ones, though, because they tend to show everything. They're not interested in you as a customer, so that's nice.
Right. No, I agree. I agree with CBOE. And the CME Group has a good app as well, as a lot of you probably know, for the economic indicators, the announcements, not necessarily pertinent to certain stocks, but as far as all those, what's tracked by certain groups as far as housing, interest rates, bond auctions, et cetera.
Yeah. So that's all that I can think about it. In the ES, it's a futures. So we know what they're doing there, right?
Right, exactly. And you've all probably heard this as well, that on the ES, like after market hours, say between 4:01 p.m. and Eastern time and 9:30, theoretically they say it's traders versus traders, right? It's theoretically not any algos or big companies jumping in on the ES. And, I don't know if that's 100% accurate, or, you kind of wonder, did some of the hedge funds jump in at some points, or just to scalp a few bucks? You have to kind of wonder. But that seems to be the conventional wisdom, is the ES is strictly, traders versus each other after hours.
Do you mean retail versus retail?
Well, and I'm sure that there's, say, brokerage houses overseas, right? That when Japan opens and London opens, I'm sure some of them are trading it as well. I mean, I guess it's a question more than a statement.
Yeah. So there's no, I don't think that the CME has official market makers. Like, you can pay a lot of money and say, I will provide liquidity for AMD. And then you hope that they pick you, because then you're going to get rich, right? So I don't think that there's actual market makers in the futures world the same way as there is in the equities world. However, like you said, everybody's using this thing as their own hedging instrument. So after it reopens at the end of the day, you have everybody around the world deciding to deal with it. And
right. That's a good point. Right.
So I don't think that, but saying that there's no market maker, right? Market maker is a specific thing, and I don't know why there wouldn't be an incentive program, right? Because remember, CME makes money on the trades, right? They're in the middle, and they're happy with all trades, right?
Yes.
However, put yourself in their shoes. What are they, if people, so we won't talk about charities and how they raise money, but put yourself in their shoes. Would you rather have $1 of 1 million trades or 50 cents of 200 million trades?
Right. Good, great point.
So now I have a marketing budget. Since we all agree we would rather have 50 cents of every trade at 2 million trades instead of $1 per every million trades. Now we have a budget to spend. And what do? I write a white paper and I say, hey, anyone who adds liquidity gets lower fees. Right? I mean, now
exactly.
I got that 50 cents per trade to play with, and I can start handing it out a nickel at a time. And if I can get more trades to occur, I have just created a worldwide market maker incentive program.
Exactly. Yes, I agree.
And those people are way smarter than me. And if I can think of doing that, just because I watch used car lots or whatever, Sure, they're going to do that. So I would bet that there are firms that are always in the game, but when they say everybody goes away at night, and then you're going to say, well, why is the volume so much lower? Because when I'm in New York City, I look at my costs for overnight and I'm like, go home, guys. We make no money here. We're only making 20% overnight on our margin for you guys at work. So I send my ops guys home.
Right.
And I let the guys in Japan make their 18%, and the guys in London make their 12%. Who cares? Can't get my Rolexes on 12%.
Right. Good point. Good point.
Plus, you got all the degens in America. Got to sleep sometime. The retail degens, I should say.
Right. Right. You mean degenerates? Is that what you?
Exactly. Yeah. The degenerate gamblers.
Well, I probably, like a lot of us, was, trading micros after hours, and, and it's just simply not worth it, right? I've really kind of honed it down to, as a matter of fact, I even really try not to look at the ES, or even I'll look at my buying power for the next day or at the end of that day, and, sweep. And I found a good way to combat, any kind of temptation is to really sweep money into a money market, or actually into a whole other account, whether it be cash account or margin account or your own checking account, just to get it off the table. I have a good friend who used to be a trader, an actual trader, and he said, take it off the table, some people say you can't set a daily dollar amount, you can't set a percentage amount, you have to, and I found it very helpful. Are you winning the trade or not? Is it in profit or not? Don't look at the P&L. For just me personally, I'm not one to preach, and I don't want to be preachy-teachy myself, but I found it's helpful if you don't look at the P&L, just say, is this within my limits? The iron, the flies, are they within my limits? Is the credit spread within my limits or my acceptable risk? And then I found that many times by midday or late in the day, I'm pretty darn surprised by, when I close it out, or if it comes to my mid strike, I'm pretty happy with the results. Very happy.
Cool.
But I really like this group. I like the system and the professionalism, and the professionalism and everyone's so amicable. It's there's no dumb questions, which is a good thing. That's why I tend to keep my mouth shut a lot. Just type a question if I have it.
You bet. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good to meet a really good group dedicated to iron flies, because I really do think Dale might have mentioned this or hinted at this earlier, that the risk to reward is really good. But there's going to be breakout days, sure, there's going to be breakout from the range, but many days the market's just sideways or it's indecisive, right? And we're in that 10 to 20 points, 30, 40 points even. As long as the volatility's up, we'll get a good premium. So I found it's I wouldn't say, any strategy is fallible, but it's one of the best I've found, certainly.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Hey Sandra, are we adding the 95 before dropping?
That's a good question. It is a little early to go plus or minus 2.5, but Dale might want to be doing that. But regardless, prepare to drop those 80s. And I think we should add the 95s. Actually, I'm going to drop first, so I don't have to buy another wings. At 93, I'll drop the 80, and then I think we should add the 95s right after that. But you can do one or the other, whatever order's better for you. In my case, since I recycle my longs, so I don't have to buy an extra set of wings, I'll drop first. But Dale should be back in a second and see if he wants to go plus or minus 2.5, which I'm thinking he will. So, yeah. So 92.50, you can add the 95s, and then at 93, drop the 80s. The 80s, actually, not looking too bad, actually. They're barely underwater, but at 93, they'll be probably around a $400 loss. So, yeah. All right. Is everybody good? Everybody got the 3 flies on? 80s, 85s, and 90s. 9250, you can add the 95s, or you can wait till 93, drop the 80s, and then add the 95s. So whatever works better for you. Are you guys all good going adding the 95s now, or would you rather wait
Copy? Yeah, copy that.
to add them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm like you, I reuse the long, so I'd rather probably drop first.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, so I don't have to buy another set. Yep. Because we're not going to be able to take 4 flies into the close today because the premium is too
No,
low.
three is about all. The premium is too low
Yep.
and that's why another reason why we don't want to buy extra longs if we don't have to.
Yep. Nope. I agree with you. But for those that put on 4, take off 4, it doesn't matter. But for those that reuse the longs, it does make a little bit of a difference. Not to have to buy an extra set of longs that you're not going to use.
Yeah, we're kind of out of danger now. How are you all doing with iron condors today?
Iron condors. I haven't done very. I've done 2 tranches. And I've had some calls stopped out. The 6595s with the 1X, and my 1.5X is good. I haven't had any stops yet.
Yeah,
So,
good. I mean, me too. I mean, I got 3 on and no stops.
well, I've had 1 stop. Yeah, I had with the 1X, the Tammy style. I had the 69595 call stop. You know, I entered it at the bottom of the this is the Bollinger Band, right? And yeah, it got me. And it tends to do that on the 1X. You know, that's what I've been noticing. 1.5X you're okay, but with 1X, entering there has not been great for me. For 1X, yeah. But I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, mine doesn't necessarily use the time so much as it uses the time, but also the most frequent strike to get in, because that in testing does better.
Wait, what does better? That
Using the most frequent strike, which is basically like the last 45 minutes, what the strike that SPX rounds to the most. So that's what I've been using lately, because it back tests the best.
the strike that SPX rounds to the most? I don't know.
Yeah, like so if SPX is at 88, it would round to 90. If it was at 82, it would round to 80.
Okay.
But the program measures it every 20 seconds pretty much, and then whichever has the biggest count, it uses that for the most frequent strike. And I tried, originally I was using 1 hour, but 45 minutes seems better.
Okay, so you're talking about for the iron condors when you're entering, right? Like, so are you entering every 45 minutes?
Yeah, it doesn't even, I just have like a bunch of times where it'll start looking for the next one, and it'll only enter if the market is calm. It uses a bunch of things. The market has to be calm, and it has to be at the most frequent strike.
Okay.
But nothing, I mean, nothing is perfect. You still lose, a lot of times. And you can still lose on the day.
I know. I've been trying to figure out like best entries for the iron condors, and
Yeah, and it's not even me.
anything great.
I talked to another guy who back tests a lot,
Mm-hmm.
I have one question. Now the price is pulled back. Are we still keeping 65.80, or once the alert comes on the screen, we come out of it?
6580s, yeah, you'll keep those until we hit 93? Yeah. So as soon as it hits 6593, you drop the 80s, regardless of if you added or not the 95s first. It's just that But yeah, so since we are coming back down, it's a disaster diverted, and we still have our 80s.
Okay, so we're still keeping 6580.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
We'll keep
thank
them
you.
until if we come back up and hit 6593, then we'll drop them. But unless
Got
that happens again, it got really close, right? But it didn't get there, so we still have them.
got it. Thank you.
Yep. So currently in 3 flies. Yep, you can see there on the captain's log, the 3 flies, and Dale on the left there has, we're in drop mode. But I think when he gets back, we will talk about going plus or minus 2.5 on the edges, or plus or minus 2.5.
Sandra,
Mhm.
sorry, one more question. So in a choppy market like this, how long we wait to see if 80 really needs to be dropped, because the price may stay there at 93 and then pull back after a couple of minutes. So how long we watch it before we drop, say 6580?
Well, hopefully we won't drop them at all. Hopefully they will go into the close and we will never drop them. That's the best case scenario, is that we have 3 flies on right now, and these 3 flies, the market will stay right around here, and we will take these 3 flies into the close.
Got it.
Yeah, and we won't close any of them. That's the ideal situation. But if it moves and we come down to 65.76, those 90s will be already in loss, and we'll need to drop those. And then if we go up to 93, we'll need to drop the 80s, and then we'll just have to follow the market to add at that point.
Got it.
Yep.
So
So
trying to,
ideally, yeah.
sorry, we're trying to encash upon the theta decay in the last hour. Plus, if we don't close, we're not spending that money on the commission and fees.
Yeah, and you save money not having to close. Now, what platform are you trading on?
Thinkorswim.
Oh, okay, yeah. So especially on Thinkorswim, it's to your advantage not to close, because then you don't pay the closing commissions. Yeah. On Tasty Trade, ironically, it's better to close because you've already prepaid closing, and they charge you that cash settlement fee for all the in-the-money options. However, in doing that, you give up that extra theta decay you can make in the last, few minutes. So even people that trade on Tasty Trade will tend not to close, just to try to capture that extra premium. But then they
That $5 assignment fee,
yeah, and that sucker, man.
which
When
I
looked
think
at that,
we
God, that
both
killed me.
spent thousands this year on that.
Oh my God, over $10,000 just in that. Easy. And that was trading small. I was trading in one account in Tasty Trade, one contract. The flying. It was over $10,000 of just for
It's huge.
that cash settlement fee is what it cost me, because it was a good $10 to $20 every day is what it was costing me.
Yeah, you
Flies.
bought tires for Tom's Porsche, whatever.
Yeah, and then you prepay closing, right? Because it's in my case I paid 80 cents. I know Leslie has a lot cheaper fees, but most people pay pay $1. So you got the closing fees you've already prepaid, and so yeah, it was a lot of money. Like it's a whole strategy by itself, fees. It really
Yeah,
is.
I try not to do anything on Tasty except long-term stuff.
Yeah, the long-term stuff, and it's fine.
Because
But
otherwise you get screwed with that $5 all the time.
yeah,
And
I
even with the
know.
long-term stuff, if I do like a butterfly, a lot of times it'll get, some of it will get assigned, and
Ironically, the founder is the same on both the platforms.
The what? I'm sorry. The what's the same?
It's the same guy who started Tasty
Oh,
Trade.
yes.
He also started Thinkorswim.
Well, that's the thing. When they created Thinkorswim, right? And then they created Tasty Trade, and they realized how all this extra ways they could screw traders. One was let's promote that closing is free, right? So they have that whole let's promote closing is free. You don't pay to close, but the truth is you do, because their commissions are very
yeah, you're
high.
paying double for the, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
you're paying
paying
double,
double to
right?
put it on, and then nothing to close, but So you don't really win. Not only that, you're paying an assignment fee of $5. So that the assignment fee is going to mean that instead of really 50 cents, it's or $1 on the star, it's really costing you probably $2 just because you're going to get assigned a lot.
Yeah. And then they charge, and then their fees are higher because they pass through these extra hidden fees that Schwab does not do. So when you now add up those extra fees you pay at Tasty, plus the prepaying commissions, plus the cash settlement fee, I mean, it's trading small. It added up. It's over $10,000 a year, easy. And I didn't even count the extra fees. I just was counting the cash settlement. I was like, oh my God, I didn't realize that. I knew I was paying more, but I never wanted to look at it until I really, I was like, I really gotta look at these fees. And I started looking at it and I was just like, oh, wow, that's pretty bad. And Schwab, for those that are at Schwab, they're really good about reducing your commissions. So every 6 months or so, you should ask for reduced commissions. So if you started out at 65 cents, it's usually pretty easy to get to 50 cents. And then after that, try to get 45, 40.
They'll also work with you if you move money in Schwab. Like if you say, okay, I know I didn't trade much, but I want to move 200,000 into the account or whatever, then they'll also cut the fees for that.
Yeah, they when I did that, I moved Taste Trade money to Schwab. They gave me $2,000 as a promotion bonus, and then plus they reduced my fees in all the accounts that I trade into 35 cents.
So
And
Sandra,
that's,
do you have to call them?
yeah, you call them. So standard at Schwab is $1,000, okay? But if you call their local office, your local office, wherever you are, and say, hey, I'm going to move whatever you're going to move into Schwab. Will you give me a better promotion than the standard 1,000? And then they can authorize a higher promotion. I could only get them to 2,000. I mean, maybe some you guys can get them to more, but then they can authorize the extra bonus, I guess, for opening a new account. And then as far as the fee, the commissions, you do that directly through Schwab. So you can chat support, you can write them an email, do whatever you want, and ask them to. You can do it right through support.
Yeah, the Thinkorswim support you can even ask.
Yeah, just ask them. Hey, I really like to reduce fees. But whenever you're moving money into a brokerage, it's really important to try to pre-negotiate your fees plus a bonus, because they'll always give you something normally.
And you're saying to do that in person at a Schwab office?
No, you just call them. I just look it up. Like they told me, that's what Schwab said. We can't do more than the $1,000 is what they told me. Now, everybody might get a different story. But what they told me was we can't do more than the $1,000 bonus, but call your local office. So you just look it up, Schwab near me, and ask them. And I called them and they said, hey, can you just email us what you want? And I just emailed them, and then they did it, and they approved it, and that was it.
So I got a local office not far from here. But you're saying that they'll give you money and reduced fees.
Yeah, the local office can give you money, and then Schwab does the reduced fees. Like the local office apparently cannot reduce your fees, but Schwab can. So you have to deal with two different people. Is really what it is. Yeah.
Yes, I got to call support first. Discuss what happens if I put money in, big money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had them reduce on Schwab and also on Fidelity. They'll also work with you to reduce the option fees.
I never asked Fidelity. I'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done it. Thank you. It's a good heads up. But yeah, so I mean, I would start out just writing support, say, hey, can I get a hold of your promotion department, looking to transfer some money in to get a promotion bonus plus reduced fees, and then let them kind of guide you. But that's where they had me go, basically.
Yeah, if I wanted to do the iron fly, the cheapest would be Fidelity, but I can't automate it, so.
Yeah, but that platform is just horrible. Fidelity, like, it just it kills me. And now they have that ActiveTrader Pro beta. I don't know if you've looked at that.
I downloaded it and I tried it once. I mean, it doesn't really seem anything.
I can't, yeah, you know, I cannot find on there where you can have expiration calls. I don't have that. Like, you know, like every, I always like sort things by expiration date so I can check it every day, right? Things that I have expiring, some calls or puts or whatever.
Well,
Um,
on the website, there is a thing where you can just have it show you the options, you know, like for the, and that's useful. One of the,
well, but no, I'm
but,
talking about like that.
but I never really
downloaded-
used the Active Trader Pro.
Oh,
I
you
used
know?
it a little bit, but I never really liked it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It crashes all the time on my Mac though. The old one.
Yeah, it's a pig with memory.
Oh, it just crashes all the time. And then the new one doesn't crash, but it's like missing some stuff. It's kind of weird. So I don't know. It's like Fidelity's.
Yeah, again, on Fidelity, I just do mostly long-term stuff, and then I'll sell, you know, sell puts, short puts,
Yeah.
naked puts, whatever for stock that I want. I don't mind owning. And that's about all, you know, long stock and short puts because everything else is too much of a pain.
Yeah, I haven't done, right, I'm with you. I do more, well, I do weekly stuff on Fidelity, but I do not do 0DTE or any of that stuff. Yeah.
So Jim, you mentioned automating. How do you automate buying and selling ironflies on Thinkorswim?
I just write a program trading bot like in Python. I mean, you could do it in any language, I guess, but in order to do that, step one is you have to get the API access. You know, you have to request that. And I have it for 3 different brokers. I can also do program trading on Tasty or TradeStation. But so first step is you have to get the API. Second step is you have to write some kind of program trading bot, which now is much easier. When I started, there was nothing like it, but now all those things like ChatGPT can actually write it for you, I think.
Do you have one for Thinkorswim?
Oh yeah. I wrote my own. You know, I wrote my own. I have more than one. I have the one for the iron condors, one for iron flies, and I have a bunch of other ones that I test all the time. Just they're profitable, but not by that much, so I don't really run them live. You know, the other ones.
So Jim, I'm just looking for something that simplifies, you know, when I enter, because right now when I go to the option chain, I right click on a strike and then I say iron condor and then I have to manually change to make it an iron fly. So I was looking for automating that process so I don't have to enter and make mistakes in entering my, you know, like if
Yeah,
it's a
even before I had the bot, there's something in Thinkorswim where you can make I forget what they call it,
template.
but I used to pretty much automate it even before that. What do they call that thing where you
The template, is that?
template? Yeah, template, right. And you can if you make a template, you can automate it buying or selling an iron fly or put spread or whatever. You just have to. The easiest thing is to tell you to look up templates in YouTube. You know, where they'll show you like how to make them. But I have a whole bunch of those. I also was able to automate iron flies in Excel without any bot, without any API. Because you can just generate a trade and copy it to the clipboard and use the clipboard entry in Thinkorswim. But that's trickier, yeah. But the easiest thing for you to do is the template.
Yeah, I'll look into the template. You know, I've been using this another software, this online option strat. It's very kind of visual where you can design your iron flies. It shows that kind of green tent where the max profit is. It will be really awesome if someone can, you know, design your iron fly in that option strat and somehow copy directly to Thinkorswim. So you don't
Yeah, I
have to
mean,
type it. If
There
you
was,
know Jim,
there was that guy
sorry, if,
Dan posted a Excel in here, somewhere in the Dale's Discord. That's very, very good. It shows you similar to the option strat, like the profit, but you have to manually enter the fly info. And I mean, of course, I could automate that, but don't really have any need. I mean, I just do it all in Python.
gotcha.
But I'm saying that you can, even if you're not a programmer, you can automate just using ChatGPT or one of the AI thing. Just, it may take some work to get what you want.
Jim, if you know someone, any developer or someone who can automate that from OptionStrat to Thinkorswim, I'll be happy to even pay if you know someone who can do that.
I'm sure that there's other people that do it. I don't do anything for money. It's complicated, but I can't afford to make money like in a business.
No, what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
it seems like
there are people
maybe.
that do it, yeah, that'll do it for money. A lot of people, I think. I just don't know anybody that I would.
Got it.
The trouble is the people that I know that also automate, we're all profitable. There's no point in selling your bot or to do stuff for money. And I make most of my money not in flies or options or any of that stuff. I mean, I make a lot in the stock market, not really. I just do this kind of for fun.
But thank you for the lead. I'll look into that.
Yeah, I actually think you can do it on your own with one of the AI things like Claude or ChatGPT or whatever. Because I know that
Jim,
Dan,
I
the
used
one
that.
that he
Sorry, go ahead.
posted that spreadsheet, he had most of it came from AI, or whatever. I don't think he really knows the macros and all that stuff.
I created 2 scripts in ChatGPT for my trading view, Jim, and it gave me the code exactly. I copy pasted that code in trading view, but it took me hours because trading view, it kept giving me errors on some line or some small piece of code. So
Yeah,
it took
yeah.
a couple
I
of
always
hours.
struggle because even if I ask it, I usually don't like what it gives me or,
Yeah.
but that's why it's good to know how to program. But when I started, I didn't even know anything about Python. I just wrote the bot actually as an excuse to learn Python. But then again, I was always like the best computer guy at work.
Hang on a second, Jim. Were you suggesting saying something about the FMCO?
No, what happened? I'm just saying that I think that even these non-programmer guys could probably build a bot using AI.
Yeah. So Dan Din, the Florida man who created the Florida Man's Captain's Log, and most importantly, shared it, he did that spreadsheet himself all by hand. He's a spreadsheet wizard. He works in finance. I can't say more, but he's just like one of those finance people. Now, he also did what you said, where he made a bot in Python using AI. And he is not a programmer. I'll be the first to tell you that.
Yeah, I think at this point, AI is so good that you can do a lot of things that you never could before.
It's 65.93. We're going to drop the 80s. So it's going to be a pretty quick turnaround. If we get there, we'll be dropping the 80s and immediately adding the 85s. I mean the 95s. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
Well, I missed a good discussion about to what degree the SPX is based upon the specific underlying, because I kind of gave my view, my perspective. Is there anything else that I missed that you guys want to fill me in on? Because I missed Robert, Rob, you said I'll offer my 2 cents. So I kind of left when you were doing that. Can anybody give me a summary of that? Any other inputs? Guess not. You know, I don't trade the AMs.
I needed a Rob translator.
Yeah, even his wife doesn't know what the hell he's saying.
Yeah, you're like, what? Okay.
Jim, I was asking, Dale, I was asking a couple of questions about Thinkorswim, how to automate, entering these iron flies. So Jim was sharing his experience.
Yeah, the template is the simplest, but it's not going to be as flexible, I guess, is the problem. Better than that is Excel, and you generate a trade that you can paste into the clipboard. I did a lot of those, and there's you probably never even noticed it, but there's a little thing when you do an order in the order entry tools, a little thing that looks like two squares, one on top of the other, and that's
Yep.
paste from clipboard, and that's very, very useful because any trade that you do, like if you take your Iron Condor, you right click it, you can see the text it uses, and then you can use that same kind of text to create your own order with different strikes and things like that. But you'd have to generate it in a program or in Excel and copy it to the clipboard and then paste it in, and I was doing that before I wrote the bot. But because I know that doing the Dale fly manually is, it's hard. It's difficult. Because you can't just sit there all day. I mean, you're going to get up, you're going to walk around a little bit or something, and it's easy to. It's better to have tools so you can do it quickly.
Jim, did you see Felipe's question in the chat? What do you think about automation using Option Omega and Option Alpha? Did you answer that?
No, I wouldn't. I know Option Alpha pretty well. I just don't know anything about Option Omega, but Option Alpha is fine. It's become, it was very simplistic in the beginning, and it was limited to like 15 minutes it would scan, but now it's up to every minute. So I think Option Alpha is definitely a good possibility for automating. I mean, you could automate. There's already a guy who's trying to use Dale's strategy to automate, and I run it paper trade in Option Alpha, and it's profitable. I can tell you that. It is profitable. So if you wanted to automate it all in Option Alpha, you can. You can just use what the guy published. He's some guy. I think he's in the Navy. The guy, and I just never. I can look now, but I forget the name of it. It's not for the faint of heart or something like that. Is the strategy that the guy wrote, and I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, I started to paper trade it today. Actually, I heard about it recently. But the thing is,
I did make another. I made another version of it that does XSP, but over time it seems profitable. I mean, so whatever the guy did was working.
I did programming in the past professionally, and quite frankly, I wouldn't trust myself to develop a bot ground up because just of the risks. They
always made me a manager wherever. I mean, I was always a computer science guy, but they always made me some kind of manager. So I rarely had. I always did programming on the side or something, but but I was always really good at it because I think like a computer.
But the risks, like the troubleshooting. I mean, now you're. I mean, when you're running that live, if you're doing your own thing,
It's
I mean,
scary. It's very
yes,
scary, especially for, big money, thousands of dollars, $10,000 or something. If you lose because you have a bug or that's why I think even with program trading, you should paper trade for a while and make sure you have everything covered.
yeah. I did some of that in TradeStation way back then on Forex. I think I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. TradeStation has that easy language.
Yeah.
Which is not that good really because it's better even in TradeStation to use the API because you can't really in TradeStation the easy language is fine for stock but not really for options. It's not really good for options from what I remember. But I did create a bot an Ironfly bot for TradeStation. It's just that I haven't been running it because I won't be able to do the option alpha if I run the bot. It only allows like one of those to run at a time.
Yeah, I did a lot of research back then on like backtesting, finding patterns and so on. And eventually I know I published a dumb strategy. It was looking at an event at like 4 a.m. And I ended up my bot at the time ended up being like number one in whatever magazine they had like on futures. It was like the best strategy. One time I received an email like, oh, do you want to sell your strategy? And I'm like, yeah, not really. It's like this is like a dumb thing. There were like 3 lines of
When
code.
I remember TradeStation, they used to let you sell. I don't think they do it anymore, but when I first started there was people selling their strategies.
Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed the easy language.
The good thing with that TradeStation is if you have an account with, I don't know what, 10,000 or 20,000, you can get Option Alpha for free. And with Option Alpha, you can automate almost anything now. I mean, in the beginning, I thought it was kind of not that useful, but now it's become pretty good, that Option Alpha. So you could run your own version of Dale's Ironfly because that guy's already written it for you. I mostly use it for very conservative, like 90 DTE put spreads on stocks I think are going up.
Yeah, I have to explore that again.
I find the biggest drawback to Options Alpha currently is that they don't offer any type of time spread, right? So there's no calendars or put diagonals or anything like that.
Right. You have to basically, like with that, not for a faint of heart, he has like the entries 10:30 to 11:30, 10:30 to 2. You have to like sort of it makes it more complicated to write without any kind of calendar. Yeah. But the nice thing with that option alpha is it's free if you just have an account with either TradeStation or there was another one, Tradier, I think.
Tradier.
Yeah, Tradier. And I think I think almost everybody would like it if they got it and started playing around with it.
I know it's if do you guys know Trade Automation Toolbox?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Tammy uses, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's only for basically for iron condors, but I think with them, if you open a $10,000 account or something with TradeStation, you have no fees on the trades.
Yeah, exactly. I have no fees anyway, but because I have another deal with the TradeStation, but I have no fees on options anyway. But they still charge me assignment fee, which is can be huge. So I have to be careful there. So TradeStation is another one with that stupid assignment fee. But you don't pay assignment fee if you have it through Option Alpha, a trade. So that's good. And there was a guy who was in Dale's group or his Discord who was selling he wrote a Python Ironfly bot, similar to mine, and he was selling access, and he had a few people subscribe, but I don't think he kind of went out of business. It wasn't I guess it wasn't winning as it was the problem. Whatever he did with it.
How is the performance of the Iron Condor bot that you wrote?
It's good. I mean, I try to run it, even if I'm not running it live, I always run it every day paper trade. And then I just try to, like all my bots, I just try to look at them and make them better and try different things. I think it's better than, what they're doing, but not by much. It does a little bit better than what the rest of them in Tammy's group do. But yeah, mine, I first of all, I enter, I use a time schedule, but then it waits for the market to be calm and it waits for SPX to be at the most frequent strike, which is we talked about before. And then also if the market starts moving quickly, like in the wrong, like if we have a big drop, it'll just get out quicker. If there's a bunch of big red candles, it'll get out quicker. Things like that, just little tweaks I have in there. But mostly it's going to do similar, I would think, than all the rest. But it's profitable. That's the main thing. So I don't mind running that. I do think it's better with more. If VIX was higher, I think it would do better. But I think it does a little worse with this low VIX. And then I have a few other ones that I mostly paper trade too, but they're profitable also. And I've been posting in Dale's thing that EM trade, which at least this week it made money. It won 4 out of 5 days. Both the EM1 and the one that Rob does, the EM9. I've been doing that too every day, and that also won.
Email? Oh, she said to send the thing to
Jim. Do you also do the METF, the trend following, with credit spreads?
Yeah, I have a bot that does that. It does. It can do I think they do 20 over 40 crossover, and mine does even more complicated entry. And I do run that. I do run that in paper trade. What I found was it wasn't. It's profitable, but it's not as profitable as the regular MEIC where you do a full
To
iron
us
condor.
or everybody?
I'm not really sure why. It's just maybe because the market, even with when there's a trend in place, a lot of times it'll just reverse on the trend. So it's actually more profitable to just sell iron
Yeah,
condors
I'm not
than
looking
to try
at
to
stuff. Look,
pick
I have
the
like 50
side. You'll
emails.
see it even
US
when
report.
if they show the results, a lot of times they underperform selling both sides.
Excellent.
You know, it has
think
certainly it has good days. Like if the market is just going
190.
one way, like just going straight up.
Yes,
that'll be
everything is
better
100,
than
900
selling the
except
iron
this one.
condors, because the iron condors will
What is
all
this? Social
stop out on the
studies.
call side. But typically the SPX makes like a V shape, W
Yes, with
shape, M
different
shape kind
different
of,
area. So it's they're
which
just
is
a
very
number.
difficult for those.
Yeah, like
those
1,
things.
2,
So
3.
yeah, selling the iron
It's like a
condors
module or something.
seems like better than
That's
that
good.
that one. So
Just gift like
so
everything.
right now the only ones I'm running live are the Iron Condor one and the Dale
Don't.
Iron Fly.
I want to send her.
But
like,
I have
she
a bunch
wanted
of
to bring
others
the
that I
laptop.
paper trade.
This guy's kill.
I'm hoping to get. I might run the EM1 or something now that seems to be profitable.
They say if you run them together, they seem to smoothen out the equity curve a little bit.
Yeah, and also what I could do is run the,
Yeah, why was
that
she not going to
EM1,
bring? Yeli mentioned.
and after say like an hour, it usually closes at a profit, and then just keep the longs,
Yeah.
have it only close the straddle, and then use the longs later in the day for the Dale Iron Fly. But it is a little bit risky because a lot of times we start the Dale Iron Fly before that EM1 is closed. So I mean, I do have it programmed in my Iron Fly program, in fact, all my other programs, that if there's leftover longs from another program, it can pick them up. But the Dale Iron Fly program is much more complicated than the MEIC program, the Iron Condor program. It's just there's just more going on.
Yeah, keeping the longs can be really profitable. So, for example, I did it, I think it was last Friday, when the SPX dropped that 100 points during the first hour.
Yeah, and what I do is a complicated thing with the longs. So I reuse the longs, closing just straddles. I also roll the longs. So if I have a long at 65.95 and we get close to that, it'll just roll it and for a credit. So I do both though, because in a program it's easy enough to automate.
What?
But you can certainly do that manually too. You can also, if the long goes in value from 50 cents to $2, you can, if I was doing it manually, I would just roll it also.
So you roll it if it's
You roll it till
roll it
till
to
it's
50 and you keep the 150.
Yeah, you roll it so that it's 25, 50 cents or something, and then you keep the credit. And I have my rolling strategy uses either if SPX gets too close to that, it'll roll it, or if the value of it goes over $2, I'll roll it.
Yeah, that's a good idea to lock in some profits sometimes.
Yeah, some days I make money on the longs because of the rolling. Especially like if we get a trending day where the market goes up or down all day, then those early 50-cent longs might be worth $2, $3 later on. And just roll them.
Ah.
I mean, the Catholic at least they have fastings like Lent. Lent. When Jesus goes to the desert for 40 days, so during that time it's Lent. Yeah, I guess some people believe. So these people, this is high quality. I cannot believe they do it for free. They could collect like thousands of dollars. This is good. No, but trading. Trading. Yeah. Yeah. Who? Who said? Nande. 2,500 so far. Well, today I follow their methodology. Just follow. Big radish. 2,500. 2,500. It's not 25,000. 2,500. 4 numbers.
All right, at 93, we're going to drop the 80s. Then immediately it'll be time to add the 95s.
But the Chinese people, they go very quick. No? Nihon too? Can you just add? Can you divide with this or not? Multiply, divide, can you do with this? This is useless. People are, they're waiting. It's going up, it's going up, it's going up. It's going up. 1,000. Open tea? You need to like I don't know. Need something else. What? No, I didn't drink. I just put one in the fridge. You want to try? No, I didn't. I wanted, but now I don't feel good. So. Can I eat a banana, you think? It's perfect. It's an energy drink. Is there caffeine or something inside? I don't know. I think so, yeah. It's dark. It's dark. The cow, the cow, red and the cow, my cow, my cow. My cow. Beep, 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 ba, 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 ba. My cow, my cow, my cow. Beep, 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 beep. My cow, my cow, my cow, my cow. My cow. Some people, I see videos like people like repair monitors and TVs. This is good. This is like they're big. These monitors, you know. It's like size. It's tall. Like this. This one I think is like a little shorter. Yeah, maybe I put it back this weekend. So what happened to cutting the grass? So we could, Lily's coming back at the same time.
I'm now going 20 wide on any new ads.
Tell her. Well, we have to build the desk. I'm waiting for her for the desk. Tell her. See, drop. This is good thing. What? Change lane what? Oh, you don't like to change lane. Michael! Target? Target! My cow! My cow! My cow!
Yeah, did you say you were going 20 wide? Or you mean 30 wide?
I meant 20 wide.
So,
20 wide is 50 cents. Okay, yeah, 20 wide's 75. And on the 95s, 85, 70. I'm looking at 70 cents on the.
Well, it is now, but by the time it gets to 95, I don't think it will be.
Oh, okay.
Look at the 90s right now.
90s, and we're going to go down. Yeah.
55 cents.
Yeah. Okay,
20,
I got
55 and 20 cents.
Yep. I got you now.
You know, you could go 25 or 30 if you wanted to. I'm just anticipating that by the time I get there, it might be closer to 40 cents.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, disaster diverted.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm going to finish my workout. I'll be right back.
3,500. Hmm? Why not? Ah. My cow. My cow. So this weekend is going to Iceland. Jeff Rodriguez. Look his pose. He always has pictures like that. You know where is Iceland? That's where, you know the singer Björk? You never heard? He was popular at some point. Nanny? Oh, nanay. I don't know, he doesn't tell me. It's like secret stuff. Yeah, he never mentioned. It's like one time, like face to face, he mentioned. He said, "Oh, it's like a study other countries' weapons for." I'm sure he's doing other stuff, but he never told me. What happened? Where's this like hat? It's a silly hat. She wrote this. 555. Miyuki, Kawa, Wata. 2 yen, like 8 yen. Oh, plus here, 10, plus here. Why not bigger picture? What are you talking about? Under Biden? There was COVID. So the government help people because a lot of people lose their job. So they put more money in the economy, so inflation went up. Like suddenly, like price raise, increase everywhere. Like there was an excuse for companies to increase price, and there were less things. So like some there was disruption. So tomorrow, because yeah, but what do the children do? Because I could go. There's a little store. I can go change my tires. And then you cut the grass. You stay here. You cut the grass. I probably should make an appointment. Or I go Sunday. Why not? Why not? If tomorrow they say, oh, you cannot come to the we don't have time, people made appointments, you cannot do it. Hmm? It's like mail. Some packages are coming through the mail. The door was open. 52.90, 65.93 will drop to 65.80s.
Copy.
So we're going to the 95s. Hmm? Still 90s. Yeah, but we should move actually. Out.
All right.
Dropping now.
Okay. Dropping 65.80s.
$14.20 naked. Adding the 95s, $7.35 naked. $6.75 with wings.
All right. I dropped the 80s and I'm in the 95s. Got 7.35 for the shorts.
You want to do that one? Yeah, I can make the police if you want. I have three. Matsui. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Matsui. Batsu. went with 50. Ah! Oh, he went at 20. supposed to get out? Why they're not getting out? Oh. Yes. No change? Matakwe! Matakwe! What happened? That was strange. It's like a mystery. Okay, chart. It's going down. It's going down.
Hi, Jim, you there?
Yeah, I just came back from fixing something.
Yeah,
Um,
this is MP. I spent last 10 minutes, I created my code in ChatGPT on GitHub to convert my option strat, Ironfly into Thinkorswim, that copy and paste format so that I don't have to type in my orders in Thinkorswim. I loved your lead. That was helpful.
yeah, um, can show you what I have to run my bat.
I'm pasting the link here if someone wants to try, if that's helpful to anyone.
Oh, that's
Okay.
cool. Yeah,
I hope it's okay to paste here, Dale.
that's you see the formatting there with the cell -1. That's the Thinkorswim formatting, and I can generate that in Excel for any trade. Yeah, and I have spreadsheets that do it for like Strangles, for Ironfly, for whatever. And in fact, you can even make it more complicated. Like I can show you, you can put in the trade and the closing trade at the same time with that.
That's a great idea.
I actually use that, Jim. I have my Excel generate that code and just use the control copy and paste into DOS.
It's great. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. That with about 10 different spreadsheets for different kinds of trades. And if I run, for example, my Ironfly one, let me see today. I haven't even run it in a long, long time. Let's say the 12th. Yeah. So yeah. So I just posted what my spreadsheet looks like, but the actual trade, I posted what my spreadsheet looks like and what the trade it generates would look like. So that trade it generates, you can post that right into Thinkorswim and it'll sell the Ironfly and it'll even put in stops based on SPX price.
Awesome. That's smart.
Yeah, I had to go fix something because the cleaning ladies knocked down one of my Eero routers in the bathroom somehow.
You're like Hillary Clinton and got a router in the bathroom? Is your server in there too?
I worked at a place they had the server in the bathroom. It was an old bathroom, but no, you know what it is? Right underneath my room, my main room, is the bathroom, and so to go from the upper floor to the bottom floor, the best place to put it is there, and then it can reach the rest of the downstairs floor. From I have like 4 of these things in the house. 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs. But the best place downstairs is right underneath the main one. So that's why I put it in the bathroom. But then the cleaning ladies came today and of course they knocked it down. I probably should just take it out when they come. Anyway, I forget what I'm doing now. What are we in here? We're still in I think we're still in 3 flies, right?
Yes, we're still in 3 flies.
Yeah, I'm in 85. I'm in the same as you today. I don't know. I can't really there's not enough premium or movement to deviate, so I'm in the same 3 as you.
Yeah, we did drop one and we added the 95s.
Yeah, I dropped I dropped before you the 80, and I got in and I also got into the 95s a lot earlier than you. So I don't know. I don't know how are you doing with your P&L?
This looks like a carbon copy of yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully we don't.
Doesn't? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm up to 675.
Oh, that's great. I mean, I'm not much different. I'm up 790. There's not a lot of money being generated today.
All right, prepare to drop. 65.85s on the chopping block. Pull the trigger at 65.96. Hey Dale, do you want to give it like an extra point for the 65.85s? Nope. All right. And drop the 65.85s and get into the 6600s.
Dropping the 85s? Out of the 85s.
I'm out of the 85s. Loading up the 6600s. Pull the trigger at 97.50. All right, I got 6600s loaded up. Currently marking 680 for the shorts. Pulling the trigger at 97.50.
Roger that. $65.97.50. We'll add the 6600s.
Copy.
Oh, man.
All right, 6600s on deck. Currently marking 665 for the shorts.
Pull the trigger. I'm in the 6,600s. $6.55 naked. $6.10 with wings.
I'm in. I got 650. Dale, for those 65.95s, when are you gonna drop those? Because I was thinking about dropping before adding the O5s.
Yeah, it's one of those anomalies where the drops are in the middle of the cookie.
Okay.
So I would say drop them at 65.90 or 6,600.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was thinking about dropping the 65.95s like at 6602, and then at 0250 I was gonna add the 6605s.
I think what I'll do is I'll drop the 65.90s and then immediately drop the 95s.
Oh right, yeah, you're right. There's this backwards thing. Yep. Right. They basically need to be dropped at the same time. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I guess we could add before we drop on the upside, but
I'm gonna drop first because I'm gonna need those wings. So
yeah.
I'll drop the 90s. I think at 02, 95s at 03, and then add the 05s right after that.
I think I'll add before I drop. On the upside.
It was an interesting week.
Wait, it's like I have to restart, like midday or what?
Felipe, you asked if we were in the 6605s. Not yet. At 660250, I'll add the 6605s.
It's Philippe, not Felipe.
Philippe. Okay.
Philippe. He's French.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that, Sandra. I have to jump actually, so I have a meeting coming up. Thank you for everything. That was a great session today.
You're welcome. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
Hello.
Hey Jeff. Sorry to be a tad late. I was on a different call. I didn't realize. I mean, well, he was on Zoom too, so he won't let you. I could have. Anyway, so I guess I should add Pierce to the invite so he can join. Or you want to create a separate thing?
No, I sent the invite when I went through his calendar, and it sent what is it? Hold on.
A Google Meet?
Google Meet, yeah.
Oh.
I forwarded it to you and Chris.
Okay. All right. Now I understand. I guess I missed the thing. Yeah, you could have added us to the invite, I suppose. Or maybe it wasn't practical. Is Chris around?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anywhere to add you guys on this original.
He's green. Okay. Chris. Yeah, it's a little bit. Okay, so Jeff and I meet on the call. All right.
Can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay. All right. I'm over also on the Google Meet.
Okay. Yeah. You can do between Google Meet and Zoom. You can do both. I'll probably stop my Zoom thing at some point.
Yeah, and it shows also invited as when I go to the right, it shows also invited. I'm out here trying to cut grass before I go out of town.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to. I guess the focus for today is the call with Pierce.
Yeah.
So when are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Are you going to meet Björk?
Who?
You don't know the singer? Chris. The singer Björk from Iceland? Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris. Björk?
Björk, yes. It's BJORK with probably some kind of accent somewhere.
Yeah.
You know Björk, Chris?
Yeah. I've heard of her. She's like more like her 90s,
Yeah.
like you sort of like almost in like a she's almost looking like that emo music type of things. Like
Yeah. I
she-
guess it was
yeah.
before the. She's like who's the this girl who's pretty popular these days?
Um
Like with
man.
like white, green hair, whatever.
My daughter listens to her.
Anyway, yeah. So that was
Yeah, I know
this,
what you're talking about.
this style before. There was one album that was good,
Hmm.
and then it was
Not.
not as good. And I guess it's like if you're not into that type of music,
Exhausting.
it's I mean it's yeah I mean like the novelty at some point it was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
How come Michael Simpson? What the heck?
So Chris, you would have received the invite to switch over to the
To Pierce.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. That's why I didn't join. I thought we were just gonna pick that up at 3:15.
I mean that's fine. I mean I just came over here because I figured Philippe would be over here, and if there was any preliminary, things.
Yeah. My preliminary update is that I have to there was a meeting the way that things are trending right now for my deal for the Dallas deal is that they're currently in discussions with the bank for a potential loan modification. This is one of those things that it's uncertain. It's still uncertain at the probability or the likelihood that this would come to fruition. And so I'm still kind of hedging that it would be something that this doesn't work out in our favor. I'm optimistic that things would be able to come together, and we would be able to salvage this and turn it around. But I'm just and frankly I'm kind of just hedging and trying to be prepared in the case of a worst case scenario.
Remind me what where is the deal located?
Dallas, 152 unit Class B property in Dallas, Fort Worth, in a nice area. The issues impacting it are delinquent rents, poor tenants, and you have to get evicting bad tenants and keeping economic occupancy at a rate where it's covering everything has been the main challenge. There's also been some other some CapEx stuff that's gone on, but the main issue is on the economic occupancy numbers. Reported occupancies in the high 80s, 90s. Economic occupancy this month was at 69%.
Okay. Oh, I couldn't. Okay. And what's the physical?
89.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the there's a lot. There's new asset management. There have been multiple property managements, but new asset management on it with new processes in place to weed out bad tenants, because what was happening previously is that they were filling it and economic occupancy or occupancy was high, but then people weren't paying because they weren't screening properly, and then they had people lying on their applications and all sorts of things. And so the screening process is now taking longer than what it did previously, which is not helping the situation. We're getting better quality renters, but it's also taking longer to bring get units filled and all those types of things. And there's some concessions taking place and such, but overall things are improving, but it's just like a slow burn. and without a loan modification, just in summary, without a loan modification means we have rate cap purchase due in March of 2026. The capital doesn't exist, or exists, but we would need to raise, some capital to be able to cover that, and bridge us to, to give us another year to continue to improve operations, and to be able to, if we are able to continue to execute the business plan and things continue to progress as they are now, we would be in a position where in 2028, I believe, is what we're talking about. Either breaking even. Everyone gets a return of capital. There is a scenario that is run that there's an upside as well, but that depends on other variables.
Well, I think in any case, thank you for that, Chris. Maybe like we as I would suggest we stay kind of high level, like the questions that I posted the other day.
Yeah,
that's what we need to focus on. I mean, especially if it's only 15 minutes of time we have with him. So, if you have any, it's like, basically the trigger for the.
Yeah, let's keep with that. I think that's the most important thing. I'm aligned. I just wanted to give you guys context on what I'm dealing with, but I'm aligned. Should we pop over?
Yeah, I guess we should. Who? Do you want to run the call, Jeff? Like I'm not. I have like a headache.
That's fine. I mean,
so,
yeah.
Just go over the questions and stuff. Right.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys in a second.
Okay.
This is on Google Meet.
Yeah. I'll try to record the thing.